How you doing, folks? Here we go. Time to get some stuff painted. Disappear in our little world. Get some of these little minis ready for action. Heading back to Flames of Warville. I gotta work on the trousers and jackets of these US pairs. A mix of khaki and green gray. So that's what I'm gonna do. Let's see. Yeah, probably help if I unclogged it. Green gray. All right. Got 3 strips to work on here. Ten figures. 3 of them are already half done. That alone. Cannot see. Hey Squirrel, how you been, man? Didn't see you yesterday. How is everything? I'm gonna to start putting a new brush together here. It's getting too small. I like to use old brushes, and I actually cut them down, maintain them till I can't use them anymore. They get so small. It's time to bring out another one. I don't really know if that's considered old school or not, but it's definitely old. It's something. Cheap. Am I cheap? Frugal. Hey, Dead Helmet, how you been? At work. I'll catch you if you're still on at 6:30, says the squirrel. Well, thanks for letting me know, man. 6:30? What time is it now? Yeah, I should be here. Going at my normal rate. Should be okay. I don't mind waiting a little extra longer, too, because I want to get these guys as far along as I can. I'd love to get them done today. How you been, Dennet Helmet? Do, do, do. 24:10. Oh. God damn it. Six times 24. 24, 12, 16, 164. 164. 164. What am I trying to calculate here? No shit. That can't be right. Pardon me, folks. Let's see, 10, 6. 6 times 24. Yeah, that's what I was figuring out. It's 144. 144. Wow. Wow, 144 divided by 16. La da 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 da. Pretty crazy. Du, du, du. Oh. Took a break from internet for a while. Too much crap infiltrating my hobby feeds. Make sure when you're on Facebook to unfollow those sources, or to hide. I get those too. Sometimes you have no choice. It has nothing to do with who you follow. That YouTube or Facebook puts stuff in your feed, and I don't want to see them, so you have to hide them. And by clicking that, then it gives you some options, which is a pain in the ass. Normally, you just unfollow. I hate when I'm following this guy's somebody in the industry, wargaming or something, but he keeps posting political stuff. I mean, come on, I don't want to see that stuff. So I just unfollow them, or just unfriend them. But typically, I unfollow them. Instagram, I'm new to. I don't know exactly how that works. People post what they want. I know you can restrict what you see from them, I guess. I'm just thinking about what I do. How you doing, Zeta Rock? You and Squirrel. Squirrel's working, isn't it? Yeah, he's working till 6:30. Well, you're going to have to hold down the chat for him. Glad to have you here. March says, what would your top 5 miniatures wargaming projects be? Assume you have the time to complete. Top 5. That's a good question for everyone. I'll ponder that. Currently making chili. Cornbread. Oh, cornbread. Oh, Zata Rock with the cornbread. You gotta add cornbread. Just making things perfect. That sounds so good. Oh, cornbread. I haven't had cornbread in a long time. I typically don't buy milk. So, you want to use milk with your cornbread. But so I haven't had cornbread in a long time. Which reminds me, I got to get some vitamins. Anyway, darn it, I could have done that now. Currently making chili. I read that. Don't do Facebook. All right, well, that's a start. X is a whole other board game. It's like the Wild West on X. So I love the freedom. I have no problem with it, but it's out of control over there. It's a little bit too much. X is the only one I don't look at too often. There's way too much stuff from people I follow and people I don't. It just comes through there. And that's great. That's perfect. That doesn't bother me. It's just that I don't want to be immersed in this stuff. Particularly political things. But anyway, I'm not going to go there. It's Thursday. All right, Nick, I'll bring you in if you want. Let me read what you said first. Hey, Kurt, nice to catch up with you live again. Sorry about last week, but as you can imagine, I fell asleep. I know you did. I have no ill regard towards you because of that. I know. If you don't show up, you probably fell asleep, and that's okay in my book because I get it. I understand. As a little tear drops from my eye. I don't know if I have 5. 5 is a lot. Turnip 28 action, echoing in Fritz's mind. Yes, Turnip 28. Turnip 28 I could see being a future project that I will immerse myself in. Not so much to hurry up, get it done on the table so we can play these great wild games, but just because I enjoy the painting and the conversion side of it and just watching these little factions come alive, that would be exciting for me. I like the idea of immersing myself in this twisted, nightmarish, grim, dark world that they've created. I would get a thrill out of that. That would have to be in that top 5. Another project would be my Dark Ages, Arthurian Dark Age period in 28 mil, which would be a big project for me. All the history that I would be soaking up like a sponge. Another big project. Another project would be 28 mil World War II, which is going to be a project. These are all going to be future projects for sure, or I'm currently working on. Love to do that because I love 28s. I would just enjoy the painting of those big 28s. World War II guys, love it. That would be 3. Another one would be English Civil War, 28 mil, probably 28 mil. Just because I love the life back then and the history, and that would help me divulge into other side projects like Witchfinder General style things, which I love so much. So that would all tie together. And wars in America in that early year, the 1600s, you know, Jamestown even, you know, that whole thing. I get into that stuff. So that would open up a lot of history for me. That would be 4. And the 5th one is Victorian colonial in India, as well as the Sudan. I've always wanted to do that. A 6th one would be the American Civil War, 25 or 15. I'm still not sure because that is a secret project of mine. I won't tell any more about it, but that is a huge project, because I'm such a fan of Johnny Reb 2, Johnny Con, and all that good stuff. My good friend Corey Ring from Cigar Box Battle Mat, always turning me on to those rules. Love it. So that would be 7 projects. See how it builds? I mean, how could we limit ourselves to just 5? I mean, come on. Seriously? 5? Are you kidding me? On top of what I already do. Hang in there, Nick, hang in. I think I would go sludge. More of the World War I feel. Oh, sludge? Okay, that's the other option. Besides turnip, does it really matter? I mean, well, I guess it does. World War I is definitely different from what they're presenting in the other one. How doing, Dread? Dreadlin arrives. If you had all the time and the money to work on a project, what would it be, Dread? Give me your top 5 projects that you would do if time and money were not an issue. Put them there in the chat. Let's hear what you other guys have to say. I gave 7 of mine, so there you go. It was a suggestion, not an ironclad rule. Okay, clarification. Clarification. See what we got. Oh, that's perfect. El perfecto. I gotta fix my replacement there. That's wrong. It's called ripping yourself off. I'm a fancy man. I need the smaller bottles of water. Give me a 24-pack of 10 ounces, please, for twice the price as 16 ounces. Are you kidding me? I'm not fancy. What are you talking about here? I'm not a fancy man. I am in a way, but not really. Sometimes. Depends on the time of day. Fancy man, fancy man. Sorry, I'm a little distracted here, buying a little extra supplyage. Oh, apologies for the interruption. I wonder what that's about. So how's everybody doing? How you doing, Dread? How you been? I just saw you the other day. Still working, I'm sure. What's the weather like over there for you guys? It's getting cooler. It's got to be getting cooler. Fall is upon us, man. Fall is upon us. Autumn, as you guys say. I'm digging it. The trees are already changing color, which is amazing to me. Very cool August. Usually it's blistering hot, but no, not at all. Not even once. Cool nights. Sunny days. Sunny day. Make me feel fine. Do 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 do. Sunny days, but not hot at all. I hear people outside. More things to monitor. More things to distract me. Ay, ay, ay. Four 16, 439, 433, 69. Okay, that looks okay. I'm happy with that, man. I'm happy with that. Whew. You can have 10 if you need that many. I can have 10. Let's check our stream. Nice little turnout there. Very good. Awesome. Stream health is perfect, man. Perfect. Ever since I stopped using Restream, I've had no problems whatsoever. Go figure. Anyway, I'm working on Flames of War today. I might even be able to get these pairs done. On their bases and everything. If I push a little bit, I might be able to get them done. Jake comes tomorrow. He'll be here a couple nights. Goes home Sunday. So I'll have another chat while he's here. It's going to be episode 4 of the Jake and Fritz Chatathon. You guys missed the last one. Shameful. I gotta get some stuff for him to paint. Alright, let me finalize this over here and I'll do a little painting. Looks good. Looks good. Looks good. Alright. Message that I just typed. La da 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 da. Darkest Dungeon. That was a fun game. That was a fun game. Remember playing Darkest Dungeon on here? That was good stuff. Good old school 2D scroller. It was really good. Really good. I enjoyed that. Welcome to the Darkest Dungeon. Oh, 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 oh. Top 5 games, projects, top 5, top 5. Top 3 would be a better one. 5 is a lot. I don't think I'd do 5. I want to be able to focus. Get a little foci going. Excuse me. I got coffee in there. I gotta bring it in. Keep my throat wet. Because you know I love to talk on here. Corey Runyon agrees. Don't you, Corey? Summer breeze makes me feel fine, blowing through the jasmine in my mind. Do-do-do. Fantastic Corey Runyon. Filling in the lyricals. Filling in the lyricals. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Ah, nice little jump there. How you doing, Corey? How is everything? Got a top 3 game project that you would do if money and time was no limits to it? What would your top 3 projects be? If time and money was not an issue. Wargaming projects. Miniatures, okay? Don't get crazy. Gotta watch you guys. Yes, I was muted. That's okay. Probably didn't hear a word I said there for who knows how long. It's okay. We're unmuted. We're unmuted. Par for the core. Oh, let me get back to the chat real quick here. All right, guy number 2. I don't think any of us need unlimited time and money to do these projects we do. We take them on anyway. We like to torture ourselves. That's why we have so much stuff that we never get to. Even me. Even me. 'Cause it's fun. It's fun to collect things we'll never get to. It's called hoarding. All we are is a bunch of hoarders. That's what we do. And we feel good about it because we got communities, right? To the front of that guy? What's going on here, man? Try and get these painted and settled a little bit. Got supplies on the way that I gotta monitor, so once that's done, we'll get into the nitty-gritty. If you're still out there, Nick, I'll bring you in if you want. Just give me a little bit of time to get things squared away here. I got stuff coming. Which means I'm going to leave the chat here briefly for a minute or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5. So take care of that. leave you hanging. Good day to bring in Kat. I got some paranormal to discuss with her. I know how you guys love Kat. Oh, as long as we don't end up talking about cars. 'Cause she loves cars. Drives me crazy. I have the time and the money for projects. What I don't have is the motivation. Well, I can try and help. That's what I do on here. Every day. Summer breeze! Darn it, that song is sticking in my head. Gotta think of another song. Gotta put on my Spotify. La-di-da-di-da-di-da. That doesn't help. There are 2 Party Africa Core. Let me read that again. There are 2 Perry Africa Core minis on the desk, almost complete. And I can't even finish 2 of them. Corey, all you got to do is pick up the brush, get the water, and pick up a figure too in the other hand, okay, probably your left hand, and just start dabbing the paint. Don't even be excited about it. Just do it. And I promise you, that act alone will feed you. And you'll be surprised. Suddenly it's done. I'll do my best to entertain, inform, and let folks know what's going on in the world. Keeping you busy there. Ambiance makes the time go by. Before you know it, Corey, boom, there it is, all done. You just got to do. There is no try. Remember Yoda? I remember Yoda. He was a wise one, that little guy. Just do. Don't even think about it. How many years have you been painting now? Everything's like instinct. Everything is second nature. You don't need to think about painting anymore. It just happens, right? It just happens. Brush in one hand, figure in the other. Fresh water, get some fresh water. That's always motivating. And there you go. Don't be a little baby. Just do it. Probably it's happened before. It's happened before. It would not shock me. My singing is so good. I guess. I don't know. Karaoke law, brother. Karaoke law. I should be able to do that. Come on. Come on. Am I monetized at all? Yeah, it's on. Gotta make sure that's on. Gotta get my 10 cents. If I'm lucky. Always with you, it cannot be done, Yoda. Okay, there you go. The wisdom of that little guy. Just amazing. Little guy, do 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 do. Oh my God. What is happening? Let me make sure this is... Okay, I gotta go out on my porch here in a few minutes. A minute. La da da da. Then we'll get back into the painting. Full on. Full on. I got 2 strips to do. 7 figures. Got to get all their trousers and, well, their trousers and jackets. Got to get that all done. Then we'll go from there. Oh, beautiful day here. 74 degrees and sunny here on the northeast coast of the United States of America. Beautiful, beautiful fall/autumn day. All right, folks, I'll be right back. Hold down the fort. Corey, I'm watching you. Hold things down here. Don't let people get out of control, because you know they do. Things get wild. Okay. Spotify makes me feel fine. There. Okay, that sounds good. Get a little different music going here. Those are good-looking minis, Corey. Africa Core, that is. Perry Africa Core. Yeah, I saw those. Those are older ones. Perry miniatures are always top-notch. A big Perry fan. Okay, we got a Radio Man here. Is it Radio Man? Oh, no. Not sure what he's doing. I think he's got some mortar rounds tucked away. In a bag? Some webbing there. Oh yeah, you know what I forgot this year? Some of you guys will remember. Some of you guys might be a little frustrated with me, actually. I'm not sure why this didn't come about, but if you remember, we were supposed to have our summer painting challenge. Painting challenges don't seem to go over very well here in my community. I don't know why. They don't. People just don't want to be bothered, I guess. I don't know. It's funny because I just thought of it now. And summer's already over. Well, shiver me timbers. We did our winter warmer challenge. That even didn't go over too well either. A lot of folks were doing it, but I don't know. It's just, what do I have to do? Give away prizes? I don't know. I get it though, because I'm not a big fan of painting challenges myself. I don't need a challenge to do this. It helps, but just adds stress to an otherwise enjoyable thing. I think your greatest motivation when it comes to painting, this goes to Corey, is just the sheer joy of painting. Granted, not everybody enjoys the process of painting. I would argue, well, maybe you need to find the enjoyment. Because that's what I did. I hated painting. But somehow, years later, it took me years, I discovered how much I truly enjoyed painting. The process. And what it was for me, it was what I was painting. The scale, the genre, the quality of the figures just made it so much more appealing. And I found my groove. It was like, damn, this is actually really good. Something else that was part of the equation was that when I was discovering this passion for painting, I had no stress And when I say that, I mean I had no stress, like I got to get these done because I'm planning to play a game with them. I didn't have any motivation for that. I didn't paint them because I had a game to play. I literally was painting stuff that I was eventually going to put on the market and sell. And I enjoy that immensely because there's no stress, really. Go at my own pace, very leisurely. And I was painting stuff that I really was interested in painting. In this case, 28mm Perry American Civil War Zouaves. I wasn't doing American Civil War to game or anything. It was just something that interested me. I did it and I just loved it. I said, God, I can keep doing it. This could be like a profession for me. But, of course, that said, some people just don't want to paint. They don't find enjoyment of it. Don't care what the scale is or the genre. They're just not interested. I can't do it. I can't be bothered. Those people usually end up being board gamers or role players, and that's it. And that's fine. I mean, if your only motivation to paint miniatures is just to play a game, your 90% of your life is going to be doing something you don't enjoy. Well, 90% of your hobby life is going to be doing something you don't want to enjoy, which is painting, which is very sad. Anyway, Gripping Beast. I had him once. Vikings, Dark Ages. I don't remember much. I know they matched up well with the Foundry, Wargames Foundry. I think they're really nice figures. Painting competitively takes a lot of time, at least for me, to make something decent. It's true. I want you to do some live terrain chats. Terrain chats. Sit here and work on terrain, right? Could do that. I usually don't do that because it's messy. I get wild when I start working with terrain. I'd probably have to set up my big tripod in my game room where I'm cutting foam and glue's flying everywhere, cardboard, scissors, big box of garbage. Oh, you know what I found today? Did it help? I found a big collection of felt, and I can use all of it. All kinds of felt. Cityscapes, water pieces. I got some cigar colored ones that are kind of brown, perfect for forest and basic terrain. Yeah, I found a bunch, so maybe I'll do that. Get some more of that on the table. Not that I need it. What I need is buildings. Which I will be doing. Maybe I'll stream that. I found my templates. I got them right here, actually, if you want to see them. These are going to be slightly modified because I am going to have removable roofs. So these are, what I did is I did some research on Google looking at French Normandy villages and buildings, and I estimated the sizes and dimensions where windows were placed. I wanted to know what they look like. And I scaled them to 1/100, and I made little templates. First I made them out of paper, like this. There's the paper template. I just drew them in scale with a straight edge and a ruler and created these little sides, front, back, left, right side. This is what they look like. Roof I didn't worry about because it's simply just, So they're paper. Is that all I got? And then what I did is I traced these on cardboard, specifically corrugated cardboard, which doesn't warp. And I cut them out. So now I got these corrugated cardboard templates. So they're going to last a long time. And I got different sizes. Are these the same? No, they're different. Different size even. These are all actual buildings taken from photographs. These are both exactly the same. I think I was actually going to make a building out of these. They all say prototype on it for some reason. But anyway, you cut these out on corrugated card, or in my case, I'm going to use mounting board, which is foam core. I'm just going to cut them out. And we're going to put them together. And with the use of some tape and some glue, I could put these together, the walls and everything. The roof will be easy to do. Just use the tape like a hinge to lay it over top. That kind of thing. And like I said, I'll have to tinker with these, though, because I want removable roofs and floors. So I got to think how I'm going to do that and make them set on top of each other without falling off and all this nonsense. But that's what I did. So I've got all these little templates to make a village out of. And I might even make some more little countryside villages. And it took me about a weekend. I made a whole village in one weekend. I used spackling for the outside wall and roof texturing. A little X-Acto knife you can actually sculpt into the spackling. You can actually sculpt in the tiles of the roof. Easy. So I made a whole village like that. It was fantastic. So that is going to be a project we'll do here on the stream. If you guys want to see it. Some of it. There you go. I'm not way too dented. Tabletop quality. Somewhere in that range of average to above average quality. Tabletop. Which is usually pretty good. Because you want to get it on the table. Especially me at this stage, because I don't have much. I'm like, got that newbie vibe going on, which is really cool, actually. Because I might not be as motivated otherwise. I think I gotta make a new brush. This is getting too small. It's taking too long. So what I usually do, because I use cheap brushes, I take one of these brushes here that's reasonably decent, and I will actually use an X-Acto knife to kind of shape it and cut it to my pleasure. Because as you know, these cheap brushes, a couple of uses and they're garbage. I do have some new brushes here that I could use as well. You know, if they get a little ragged, you can keep cutting them with the X-Acto and shaping them. But eventually they get so small you can't even do that anymore. Like, that's holding a good point. That's actually not bad. I might just use this brush as is. Let's use it as is. But if it can't hold that point, it's time to do some chopping. I've had good luck doing that. When they start fraying all over the place, it's time to chop it and fix it, or just chuck it. I think most people just chuck it. And use another one. Let me finish this guy here. What brand of brush? These are from Amazon. I don't think that's on autofocus. That won't focus. It says one happy choice. One happy choice, 00, according to their measurements. I got a pack of them. Somebody sent them to me, I think. Was that James? I don't know who it was. Somebody sent them to me. It was like a pack of 100 for like a couple bucks. Yeah, they got a little point to them when you get them out. Workable. But they don't last long, so you got to kind of toy around with them. Keep them in shape. I've been using them for years. I have brushes here from the 1990s. That I still have. This one here, I think that's from the early 2000s. It's really emergency dry brush. But let me see, is this one? This one's from the 90s, the yellow ones. It's kind of, you can't see the yellow, it's so old. This is from the 90s, still have it. It's a dry brush that's long, useless. I know I got some useful brushes in here. Again, early 2000s. Still usable. And I got some other ones James sent me. Got some here from my sister, which are high quality. I got all kinds of brushes. Every once in a while I'll buy some brushes from Army Painter. But I just got to the point where, you know, it's like these are so much more expensive. They might last a little longer. And I maintain them. I keep them clean and everything else reasonably. I'm not like really anal about the whole process of cleaning my brushes with all these little extra expenses. But to me, it's just that. It's extra expense. It's not like it's harder for me to paint. No, I just discovered, I don't need to spend that much. I could use these cheap brushes and effectively do commissions even with them. But what do I know? That's what I do. Okay, there we go. Took a little longer, but that's okay. So what do you guys want to talk about? Campaigns? American Civil War? Napoleonics? Ancients? Oh, Ancients gaming. New painting techniques? We just talked about brushes. Maybe role-playing games. Role-playing games? Anybody up for a role-playing game? Favorite RPG? Do you solo RPG? Would you enjoy solo RPG content? I know you'd love solo miniatures wargaming content. I'm sure of that. So, says March Hare, project number 1, not in ranked order, Napoleonics, full order of battle for Borodino. Borodino. There you go. Number 1, not in any order, just it's one of them. Borodino. Interesting. Not a big fan of Borodino. Strange battle to me. A slaughter meat grinder type of battle. My project was Leipzig. Ah, now there's a Napoleonic battle. The Battle of Nations. That was my project. But that happens later. Number 2, pike and shottage. As much as possible. Just pike and shot. Wonder what that would mean. English Civil War, 30 Years' War? What are we looking at there? A little pike and shot. Agreed on Borodino, but I want to paint the Ruskies. I know, I get it. The Russians were at Leipzig. Everybody was at Leipzig. Even the Brits. Well, Jeff Wesovich, if he pops in, he knows all about Borodino. I've talked to him quite a bit about it. Don't get me back into Napoleonics again. Painting and collecting. Oh. What's number 3? One of mine was English Civil War, with all of its spin-offs. Where's my vape? I must have took it in the other room. Oh, you're still thinking. All right, give me a second. I grab my vape. The vapage. All right, kitty. Stretching out there on the bed. Yes, you are. I gotta build up a collection of Old West shootout miniatures. That's something everybody should do. I love the Old West. Oh, I got 4 more. I'm tired of painting uniforms. I need to break it up a little bit. Yes, I do. It's funny how we break our own little rules to painting. I would like to paint them, but I really have no desire to play gunfights. Really? Aww. Yeah. It's not exactly a military-based structured war game, is it? It's literally just a bunch of hooligans running around with 6-shooters. Of course, you could do the Plains Indian Wars. Let me see here. I have to take pause every once in a while and try and remember what I'm doing. Kind of like Gangbusters, Roaring Twenties. That's not a war game either, really, but it is in a way. It's funny how there's games like that. Miniatures wargaming. That have nothing to do with military conflicts, but yet they're war games. Usually skirmish. Almost always skirmish. Like Old West shootouts and Roaring Twenties gang wars or whatever. Again, I enjoy the painting. And I don't know, I had such a good time playing Old West shootouts. I used to have a nice solid collection. Still got a lot of unpainteds that I could paint. I'll do it again sometime. Gladiatorial combat, that's another one. I guess you can include pirates in there too. Kinda. I don't know, that kind of stuff kind of revolves around big land conflicts as well. But I don't know. What would you say? Would you classify pirate skirmish games as a historical war game? Or is it more like Old West shootouts and gangbusters? More like adventuring games? Or witch hunting? In the 15 and 1600s. That's kind of a fantasy type thing, though, in a way. D&D. Hold on, you guys. Okay. Let's do some reading here. I would like to paint them, but I really have no desire to play gunfights. I have quite a few ideas for fantasy. Not sure if I should count that as one or more projects. Plus the fantasy can do double service as medieval. You can count that. I would count fantasy and sci-fi. Spartan says, I got some Old West plus buildings. Yeah, all painted and good. March says, it's a skirmish, I would say. Oh, for sure. Big Small World, how you doing there, Paul? I'm fed up with painting now. Having done up 10 new units the last 6 months. I just want to play some games, I'm telling you. But it is damnably hard mustering my campaign players at the same place and time. Yes, it is. Sounds like a role-playing game. See, that is another project that overlaps with the pike and shot Witchfinder stuff. Yeah, I agree. It does. So it's kind of cool to do them, you know, like when you do a project, it's nice when there's little side projects that easily you can do as well. At least you have humans to play. Well, I got a couple humans to play. But I play solo. I enjoy it. You guys gotta try it. I mean, what's the matter with you? It's so fun. You guys are missing out. If you really like narrative stuff and getting immersed, play solo, man. I'm telling you. You just can't do it as well with people, with other people, with social games. You just can't do it, man. I love solo. I'm at the stage now where I almost exclusively play solo. I prefer solo over social games. I really do. I'm looking forward to some really great battles of Flames of War and some other stuff. Playing solo. That's the way I've almost always played, and I just got so wrapped up in the game and the narrative, and just I have memories of these battles and moments that happened that you overlook when you're playing with other people. You don't see when you're playing with other people. Social games can be very, very distracting. Not only that, but very taxing as well. And that's understandable, and that's a whole new enjoyment. The social side of gaming is its own thing too, right? I don't think one way is better than the other, but I think they're both unique experiences that everyone needs to experience. Donald Featherston was a big proponent of just what I said. The solo and the social. They're two different beasts. It's a very personalized game. Personalized battle. But I know most people they don't think too hard about it, and the first question they have is, how do you keep from cheating? That's the obvious one. And that's a whole topic. But I've never had any issues. I really never had any issues. I could play any game solo. Some are easier than others, but I've never had trouble with any set of rules. And when I did come up with an issue with a particular set of rules, like Blucher has one particular rule in it that kind of requires another person. Battle Group World War II, that's another one that has a rule in it that kind of requires another person. But whenever I encountered those things, and by the way, I played both of those games flawlessly solo, there's ways around it. You either adopt some system of your own device or look around and find out what other people have done. It's easy to get through that. I get all the solo experience I need with hundreds and hundreds of hours painting, modeling, writing, photographing, video making, GMing the campaign. I just want to play once in a while too. There you go. Paul knows where it's at. So here's a question for you, Paul. Do you consider solo gaming not real gaming? I mean, granted, all games are, most I should say, are created with the idea that you're playing with another human opponent. So there is that. Some people just can't do it. They can't swing it. One thing I'm very keen to try, because I've only toyed a little bit with, but it's a big deal, and that's solo RPGs. And as a writer, a creative sort of fellow, you'd think that would be right up my alley. Because that's what it is. It's all about journaling and creating. But I really never have delved too much into that. A little bit. A few years ago, I was really sitting down and saying, no, I got to do this. Everybody's doing this. I want to see what it's about. I'm going to try it and see how it works. Especially if you like journaling and stuff. It's amazing. And I was doing it for a while there. Learning as I go. And I got doing something else, and then I didn't come back to it, which is sad. So I really would like to try it again. Whoops. Let's fix this. Because I don't know about you, and maybe this is one reason I could do this so well and really enjoy and appreciate solo gaming. When I sit down and play a game, whether it's role-playing, board games, or miniatures, there's one thing that I'm trying to do. Yes, have fun, of course. That's obvious and goes without saying, but there's something even more important to me. More important than even fun. And that is the narrative, the story, and the immersion. One big ball. That's why I do this hobby. That's why I sit and push around little miniatures, make believe with characters in a role-playing game, or push around little stacks of beautiful illustrated counters on a beautiful map. I'm trying to lose myself in this little world that I've created in front of me and see what kind of stories the dice tell me. And my mind just starts firing off what is happening. And I start seeing through the eyes of these officers and commanders who are in their saddles looking out over the smoky battlefield. And I make decisions based on what that individual would see, the stress he would be under. That's what I do, and I love that. I get immersed and pulled into it. Now, when I'm playing with other people, that aspect is still there, but it's incredibly distracting from that immersion. There's more rules referring. The game has a typical faster pace to it. There's people talking about, their day at work, or the wife, or whatever, you know. There's all that. The pressure of getting the game done on time because we want to finish before Fred has to go home. We only got a couple hours here, guys. There's a lot of that involved with the social side of the game, which totally takes you out of that immersion. It does. No one's going to argue that. And that's why I end up really digging the solo side of games, because I can go at my own pace. I could take a month to play a game if I want. I could do that. I could leave it set up on my table. A lot of folks can't do that, so that's an advantage. Da-ba-da-ba-da-da-da. Let's go back to the chat. Oh, I could do a whole campaign solo. I've done campaign solo. Character being NPC, just making charts, rolling dice, their actions to create the story. Then the players would just command in the tabletop games. I've done exactly that. I don't know why you need tables and charts, though. But I would still have the problem of getting the players together for those games. The advantage would be any two players would do rather than only certain ones. Well, did you ever try playing online? I've played numerous games online with a lot of different folks. And some amazing experiences. I had one particular experience playing Johnny Reb 2 with my good friend Corey Ring. I wrote an article about this in some magazine that the other player was the producer of. I didn't know who my opponent was because we were playing pretty much double blind online. It was great. But I wrote an article on that experience, and it was fantastic. Never forgot that. It was one of my favorite experiences playing, kind of, not really solo, but it was online. It was kind of solo because I'm sitting here and I'm rolling the dice, and we took, every day we would put out our orders and do stuff. Not so much a campaign, but a full-on battle. A battle which I won. Huzzah! With my fire zouaves. But anyway. But later after that, Corey actually ran a campaign where I got to play the role of General Forrest, commander of the Confederate Cavalry Division, for this big campaign we were playing in Nashville. I think it was the Nashville campaign. And Corey was running it. He was the referee, the GM. And there was a whole slew of players on both sides, and each one had commands of divisions and stuff. But if you're playing online like that, this is my point, you can always find players to fill the gaps. At least I've had that experience. Never had trouble finding players for any games. There's plenty of communities on Facebook to draw players and say, hey, I'm looking for players. Of course, they're all strangers, but never had a problem. I would still have the problem of getting the players together. Well, let me catch up here. So far, I have one player out of 3 for one date, and another player out of 2 for another date, and 2 players for a practice game in a month. All waiting is crazy. all the waiting is crazy. That sucks, man. Don't you have like regular scheduled get-togethers? Like when I had my little get-togethers, and there was only like 6 of us or so, and sometimes 7, we always did it on a weekend. It was always on Saturday. We started at 8 a.m. and played till midnight. Whatever games we wanted to play. I would organize it because it's at my house. But we did that every weekend, and very seldom did people not show up to play. And there was, like I said, about maybe 5 to 7 people. I mean, as long as one person showed up, there was something to play. But it sounds like you're very focused on just one type of game here, Warhammer, and it's a campaign, and if you're going to play in it, you have to show up, and I don't know. It's tricky. Where everybody's different. That's what I did. Oh, did I read this? This is the draw of solo RPG you can have, says March, a world that is how you want it, not as enjoyable with a group that is not attuned to the way you want to play. Gotcha. I think I need the whole package, the painting, the writing, the story, the meetups with friends, social occasion, and the satisfaction of publishing the stories and videos. I want it all, damn it. Oh. Nothing regular in this campaign. There is way too much to do in between games. They nearly all involve new stuff. Can't you do it like once a month? Or once every 2? Is there no way to schedule it where, okay guys, look, if you want to play, I expect you to treat this like a freaking job. You can't just call off. We're all in this together. We have a social agreement here that we all want to do this because we want to have fun, okay, with this particular endeavor. So if you want to play, you have to commit to it like as if it was a job. And all I'm asking is you show up once a month for a regular all-day session of gaming. If you can't do that, then you probably shouldn't be here. That's how I'd lay it on the line. And yes, they might be married. They might have kids. They might have grandkids, pets, neighbors to deal with, all kinds of job-related issues. But you know what? This is something too. And if you're not going to take it serious like I am, and Paul, I know, pours his life into what he does in this hobby, it's not fair to him that he does all this with expectations running wild and nobody shows as much commitment. Like when I run role-playing games, I have a law. You gotta love this game that you're gonna play with me. I don't want people half-hearted playing this game. You gotta have the rules. You gotta have some reasonable knowledge of the game and want to play this. This isn't an experiment. I'm pouring a lot of my hobby and energy into this effort because I enjoy it. I love it. And I expect the same from you. Like I said, I have no problem finding players. Somebody doesn't want to play? It's okay. I'll find somebody else. That's what I would do. This is frustrating. When it's somebody like what Paul's doing, it is incredibly frustrating to put all this effort into it and have all these plans and organizing stuff, assuming others are going to participate. It's frustrating when they don't show, or they have other more important things to do in life. To me, you overcome that by just laying it down and saying, look, I need you committed. And I'm only asking for one freaking day a month. Or twice a month. Whatever you think you're capable of. And I'd stick to it. The number one most important person in that campaign is who? It's the game master. It's the referee. That person who sets up everything, he's the one that has to be there every freaking session. When he can't make it, that's it. And when you're running a campaign, you cannot miss days if you're the GM. You have to set the example and be there every freaking session. Paul's got the advantage of it's at my house, so he's not going anywhere. Hopefully he doesn't get sick. But he has to set the example. Again, talking about my RPG campaigns, I set the example by running games, come hell or high water, every Sunday, every week, at 6 p.m. Eastern, every Sunday night. I am there, ready to play. If you take breaks, your players are going to lose the momentum. And then you're going to have a hell of a time getting people together again. You have to develop consistency in the players and show them, I'm here. We're going to run this game this Sunday. That's it. Otherwise, you're missing out. I have the option of canceling or postponing. That's fine. But normally you don't want to do that, especially early on. You want to develop consistency from the players so they get it in their heads that, yeah, I got to be there. And it becomes a habit. That's what I do. That's what I do. You guys could do things different. It's fine. This is what I've learned. Let's go back to this. Oh yeah, I'm painting miniatures today. Even bi-weekly game on a regular basis. All right. I can schedule a battle. I can't schedule, as battles only occur if the armies meet. Politics, diplomacy, alliances, and so on. Well, this is what I mean. Maybe you should have a regular game session of whatever. Practice battles, one-offs that have nothing to do with the campaign because you're not ready for the battle. Just to play. I mean, if these guys are gamers, why aren't they wanting to come over and play more often, more regular? That's got my head scratching. Kind of like a little in-house club. Maybe that's what you need to do with them. Diplomacy alliance, going one player. I get fired up with this topic. I don't know why. I am fired up for some reason. I got to take a breath. Because I can relate to Paul. I'm frustrated. Like he must be feeling. I know he's feeling. It's frustrating. And you guys know too. You know what I'm talking about. We've all experienced this. I think the players want to play, but jobs, families, etc. get in the way, especially when we need to get 2 or 3 together. One player versus an NPC army is easy as I can play the NPC. Yep. I do get to play RP with my boy and his friends, so there is that. And so many of my players have young kids who needs to be entertained at the weekend. My kids are older, and one of them is in the campaign. Well, if you got the right frame of how to do this, you'll figure it out. That's what I did. That's how I still do my stuff today, because it is an issue and it is frustrating, and it makes you just want to give up sometimes. It's like, what's the point? That's why a lot of people join clubs. Especially in the UK, you guys have a lot of clubs. We don't over here in the States, because we like to play games in our houses. That's more common. We have a bigger space to do that. Clubs are great over there in the UK because you could be part of a club and just drop in. There's always going to be people there. You got some regular consistency, and then, you could find players that way. But yeah, you're dealing with it from an in-house club, your house, which I know all about. I gotta calm down. Breathe. Mm-hmm. Well, you're trying to do a lot. So that's totally understandable. If it was me, I would probably try and get these guys to kind of be like a club. Let's not just play campaign games. Let's play some other games related to what we do here. Yeah, maybe it's just Warhammer. Do some one-offs or something different. And just get a little regular once a month type of thing. And you could go at your own pace, and you could, when you're ready, you can say, oh, next week we're going to get together. Well, we're going to do campaign stuff because I'm all set. It'd be so much easier for you. It really would. I mean, yeah, they might have kids and family obligations, but man, you're not asking for blood here. I mean, don't they want to play? I mean, let's schedule this 4 weeks ahead of time. Come on. As long as like one person shows up, you should be able to continue with the story with backup NPC plans or something. And just keep moving forward regardless. Have the backup plans ready to go. That's what I would do. Because I could see myself being really frustrated and wanting to do what you're doing. What a pain in the ass. What do you guys think? We onto something here, or is it all gibberish? You faced problems like that? Is anybody else part of an in-house club, i.e. your garage? Or do you just go to clubs, stores, or something? Everybody's different. My ideas won't work for everybody. Paul has his unique situation. Yeah. We're all just trying to play games, have some fun. But even that requires some frickin' dedication and focus. We're all grown adults here. We're not little kids. We do have our obligations in life to take into account, so... that is a thing. What's going on, Cope? Hear me getting fired up here? He says, hey, what's going on here? Humans getting all fired up. Who's he talking to? I don't see anybody else in the room. Liquid, slow. Deep, clear liquid, slow. Yeah. Am I using the right paints? Do 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 do. If you could figure how to do it, you should do the online gaming. Put a camera on your game table. Let the players roll their own dice. If you trust them, I think you would. And just give orders to the miniatures and you move them around. I mean, that's what people were doing during the old pandemic, we'll call it. People were doing it before that, and they're doing it after. The Perry brothers were doing that for a while, too. That's not hard to do. Just have your players show up that way. Of course, I've done that numerous times as well. It's fun. It works. No, it's not the same thing, of course. But in this day and age, if it's a problem getting people together because of obligations, boy, it's a nice option. I'm telling you. Maybe you're just too damn stubborn. I can't be bothered. Sometimes you just gotta do it, man. Just to do it. Bite the bullet. Do what you gotta do. I have some cohesive scenes to create of marching armies. Horde of Skaven, loads of other armies too. That will keep me distracted next week. Yeah, I could see. This goes quicker when I paint all the back sides, turn the whole strip and do all the fronts. Feels like it goes quicker. Interesting. Traveler's a good game to play solo. Any game with a lot of random charts is a good game for solo. That's what I think. What is this? Okay. Oh. Hold on, James. Sir James. I read that. Happy Friday, just for local requirements. It's 5:55 here, p.m. The 18-hour mark. 1800. I struggle with long depth of field photos. As long as they're not floating. Definitely Thursday here for another 65 minutes at least. No, I did them already. I got one more guy to do. Looks like he's on a phone. Must be a guy with a phone. I wonder if I got all these guys together. Or did I miss any? I never really counted and looked. That kind of happened with the Germans, though, didn't it? I had to grab some medals, which I was more than happy to do. I don't have any Americans, though, in my collections. I sold all of that stuff. I'd have to get a little creative or actually spend some money. Or maybe 3D print. I could do that. That's it. They're done, I think. Okay, there they are. The uniform colors are done. Total misstep I was working on yesterday. Hands a little raw. Taking a break. Fortunately, I can buy a sprue on eBay of what I needed, should it come to it. And honestly, if you're building a Stargrave crew, I would suggest just buying a couple of different sprues. The amount of old hammer STLs out there is crazy. World War II would be similar, I am guessing. Oh, I got some really good sources of models. Thanks to some friends giving me some heads up. Chris Long in particular. So I'm good with that. I am good. And there's some really good models. 15, 28, whatever I want. You know what's lacking? In my opinion, vehicles. Tanks. Infantry's covered. But there's you know, all the different types of tank variants and stuff. That's not all easy to find. I found out. Not really surprising, since there's so much. Everybody has their favorites. Oh, I gotta take a break here. I feel like I just ran a mile. 1 round of boxing is equivalent to a mile. Running a mile, is that right? 3 minutes of boxing? I suppose there are more of an FDM job. Could be. I don't know. But I've got sources. I'm good. So before the weather changes, I probably should do some heavy printing. I got a lot to do. I've got a bathroom to clean up. I've got water to put in. Got to finish the roof. And that's all coming up in the next couple months. Oh man, I got a tub to clean out. Pipes to put in. That's going to be my life this fall. At least I'm not alone doing it though. Jesse's helping out a lot. But man, he's having a tough time. I'm not going to get into it, but he's going through the old... I don't even know if I should just put that out there. He's going through the... Well, you know what I'm talking about, James. You know what he's going through. And man, that is expensive and rough. You think marriage is expensive? It's crazy. I'm glad I did not go down that road. So happy. Anyway. Remember, you can put different files on the same build plate. Yeah, I know. Friction. I got so much on my plate, actually, thinking about all that work I got to do. And then I've got the 3D printing. I'm going to go through a end of the year printing session. I don't know, though, if I could keep it warm in there, which I actually can, then it wouldn't be an issue. I don't know. And then, oh, that's another thing. I got to bring in the heat. There's just going to be so much going on. Oh. And then I've got Kill Team with Jake. Then I've got my campaign, my RPG campaign for online play with you guys, which is... I'll do something before the end of the year, but my real campaign isn't starting until early next year, sadly, because I'm waiting for something. But I'll be doing something else. What else is going on? God, God, I don't know. Expensive indeed. Good that he has the homestead to come to. Oh yeah. I don't even know if he fully appreciate, or I hope he doesn't take it for granted. That is a big frickin' deal in his situation. I think he does. And he's out there. He's working when he gets the chance, which isn't a whole lot. Every morning he's out there doing something. And he's got it looking pretty good too. I'm happy about it. And I'm not interfering. Said, do your thing. Be independent and make this your own, I am here just for guidance. And he's going to do a lot with me with the field and the planting and stuff. He's still got his plans for that, which I'm excited about because that's what I want to do. So that's another good side of it. We're going to bring in a skid steer. Yeah, so I want one, but I need a cabinet for it in the garage. And it will go the way of my airbrush. Or it will go the way of my airbrush. Too many elements get in there. Mm-hmm. Oh. Let me put one of these down. Is he done? Yeah, he's done. Gonna try and paint some other colors. I got flesh, I got the helmet, and then I got the webbing, then I got the gun, the rifle, and the equipment, like grenades, helmets, grenades. Those are all brown violet. Equipment like binoculars, brown violet. The gun is wood, the shovel is wood, and then the webbing. That's going to be tricky because that's a green gray, pure green gray. And over top of this uniform color, which is green gray mixed with khaki, it's only slightly a different color, which I'm not too excited about. I painted these before, but I'm afraid the webbing is just going to blend in. So we'll see how that goes. And that's it. Oh yeah, the reddish brown boots. Yeah, reddish brown boots. They recommend flat brown, but I'm probably going to use I don't know, maybe I will use reddish or flat brown. Because it does have a more reddish tint to it. But flat brown's good. Yeah, maybe I'll just use that. Good night, fellers. All right, Paul, you take care. Think about what I said, man. Really get something organized. Because that's a shame. I must retire for bed. Sleep beckons tomorrow. I will be busy preparing stuff for the weekend, when I will be fighting the Second Civil War, British version. You have to fill me in on that. So apparently, Warhammer Ancient Battles is 4th. Wait a minute. So apparently, Warhammer Ancient Battles is 4th. Oh, okay. Warhammer Fantasy Battle 4th edition. With the preliminary improvements of 5th, a 4.5. Sounds about right to me. I never played them. Didn't really read them either. But yeah, I remember I had them. I had Ancients Battles. A couple of the supplements. I had the English Civil War one. Really good books. They deserve to be on the shelf too, by the way. Those are really good books if you can get hold of them. Any of those books from the Warhammer Historicals range. Priestley's favorite. The second I learned is all the RT and White Dwarf Articles. What is RT? White Dwarf Articles revised and collated. Dark Millennium was a part of second, but separated out because there was too much stuff. We played 4th and 5th fantasy battles. Rogue Trader. That's it. Rogue Trader. Second I learned is all the Rogue Trader and White Dwarf Articles. I didn't really realize until I was reading some of those things you posted and thinking about it that second edition was around longer than I remember. And it's funny that I didn't play it much. I don't even remember playing it. I remember watching Jesse play it with my friend Sean. I don't know what I was doing. I remember trying to collect orcs. But I don't remember playing. But I remember that game was around for a long time because Necromunda came out. And that's based on, second edition. I love Necromunda. Oh my god, that I played a lot of. Maybe that's why I didn't play much Warhammer, because I was playing Necromunda. And what else was out? Warhammer 4th and I think 5th at one stage. 40k was still out in second edition when 5th came out of Warhammer. And Necromunda. I think that was the age of second edition Space Marine with all the cards. The last edition with square bases. I think that was still going on, and we played that we played the hell out of that too. But not second edition. But I think second edition was the game of 40k around all that time. And the third edition came out late 90s or early 2000s. I don't know which. When that came out, I played the hell out of it. But yeah, second edition was out around a long time. They do. I still got to bring down my magazines. Because I think if I cracked them open and held them in my hand and reminisced, and a lot of these issues I never read. Some of them are still in shrink wrap. What a different world, man. What the hell happened? What are we missing? Remember, for me, I got out of the hobby at 3rd edition. 2003, I was done with the hobby. So everything after that, which is where all the changes occurred, until 2012, I was out of that stuff. So maybe that's why it affects me so much now, coming back to it and looking at it. I don't know. I can't be alone in that, though. I got the impression that 40k was played for like a year before being finalized for pub. So I'm quite open to playing an older edition of either. Me too. In fact, I'm convinced of it. Like I said before. That's the route for me. My nostalgia is pretty strong, though. I'm not turned on by anything Mantic really does. Tried to get into it. It's just not the same. It's like, why am I doing this? Or any of these, even Stargrave, they're just not the same for me. Great games, and I'll play them, but it just doesn't have that twitch that I like so much. Otherwise, why am I really playing sci-fi? I know now that the reason I love sci-fi is because of 40K, period. It's not Star Trek, it's not Star Wars, it's nothing else. I'm not into science fiction, okay? Boom. But 40K, Grimdark, oh, I love it. So that's the thing with me. So the nostalgia is pretty strong for me when I look back on all this stuff. Plus, I'm an old man now. Much older than you, Mr. Lister. Things change when you get up there. Of course, you'd never know it. Or would you? Yeah. Throw my back out. Ah! I'm so quite open to playing older editions. It seems like when they got huge, the pressure was on to meet deadlines. Getting the minis is the question. I was always more of a fantasy guy, but so was I. But I played 40K. I played Necromunda. Oh. But second 40K was too much fun. I'm 41 next week. Yeah, child yet. You'll get there. Rusticles. We're all just children yet. It's funny, I'm getting pretty older now, but it's crazy, man. Because in your head, you're still this 20-year-old or 15, you're still this kid, but your freaking body is like getting old and stuff. It's like, what's going on? Because I still think like somebody that's in my teens. You know how wacky I get on here. If I told you I was 90 years old, you wouldn't believe that. You know, that's how crazy it is as you get older. I think we're all like that. What a sad state. Squirrel said he'd join around 6:30. I'm going to wait for him. So let's roll the bones. I love this. This is my new oracle I use in my role-playing games. I got to get the card set next, and some proper dice, but I love this frickin' oracle. It's so simple. I'm going to ask the oracle, is the mighty squirrel hermit going to get here without a hitch? Let's find out. Hammer of the Gods says no. Oh, there's something bad fated to happen. Got the twins are saying no and a yes. These two will cross each other out. They're removed. So we're left with this. A definite no and something grim. So the squirrel's going to get here, but there's going to be a hitch. He's probably going to be eating. He's probably not going to say much. He's distracted. Cats are going to claw him. So it's probably going to be something like that. So there we go. Is James going to get frustrated and stomp out of the chat tonight? I'm sorry. I got to have a question. Blank. A yes from the twins. And a blank. The Hammer of the Gods says no once again. Uh-oh, but there's a misfortune involved. So what happens here? This always wins ties because it's the Hammer of the Gods. So it overrides this. So, no, he's not going to leave the chat and stomp off. I knew he wouldn't, but he's going to be greatly frustrated. He's going to hold on, but he's going to be frustrated, man. He's ready to throw something across the room. So that's what's going to happen. What do you think? What do you think, James? Is that going to happen? I don't think so. There it is. Anyway, that's how you use this frickin' thing. I love it. I love it. No table referring or anything. It's brilliant. And if you get like 3 yeses or 2 yeses, it's a better result. How you want to describe that is up to you. So if I had nothing but 3, that was overwhelming yes in this case. So the number that rolls is important too. And again, you could modify this, like if something is more likely to be a yes or less likely to be a yes. Anytime I roll a no, I have to re-roll it. And if this comes up a no, I would have to re-roll it. This would be the one I have to re-roll. If let's say it's likely to be a yes. So let's say I roll the dice. It's likely to be yes. I get a no, a yes, and a no. So in this case, because it's likely to be a yes, I have to re-roll this one. Not this one. This one that says no. The reason is because on this die, there's a 50% chance of getting a no and a 50% chance of a yes. So every side has a result. The white ones, the twins, they don't have that. There's 2 sides that say yes, 2 sides that say no, and then there's 2 blanks. So this would always be re-rolled if it came up a no in our example. You basically re-roll one of the dice that came up the wrong answer. Because in our case, it was supposed to be likely yes. Okay, so that means in this example, we got our yes and we got a blank, so that would be a yes. But this has to be re-rolled because it's a no. For 2 reasons. One, because it's likely to be a yes, so I have to re-roll something that's a no. And secondly, because it's red. It's the hammer of the gods. So it came up yes. So we ended up getting 2 yeses and a blank. So you can influence it a little bit, which is nice. Like if you come across a door and it's likely to be locked in this situation, I would kick into gear that rule. So when I ask it, is the door locked? Likely yes. There's misfortune, a blank, a no, and a yes. It's likely to be yes, so I re-roll any no. So I would take this one because that came up yes. And I got a no anyway. But this wins ties. It's going to be a normal yes. However, a normal yes with a misfortune. So I would interpret that. Okay, it's definitely locked, but maybe the lock is poisoned. On top of that, maybe a poison green gas cloud explodes from the lock mechanism itself as the player tries to unlock it with their picks. So, particularly more devastating than just a locked door. So there's an example of how you'd use this. I love it. I absolutely love this. The dice are literally helping you tell the story. Some would say telling the story. But yeah, that's what I like. Pressure was on to meet deadlines. Let me go back here. I read that. Getting minutes in the question. Is the question, I always have more fantasy. I read that. Watch yourself. 41 next week. Oh, that's right. The 18th, isn't it? Let me look real quick. Yep, September 18th. Happy birthday to you. I won't do that today. You rolled a mustache, a cupcake, and a tanker. Oil tanker. What'd you say there? capybara? Capybara. Isn't that great, though? I just randomly roll those all the time. Will Jake be mad at me today? So, Elder Futhark, that would be Uruz. That's a very important rune to me. Very important rune. That rune is very similar to Fehu. And that's really it. They're not actual runes. That one kind of is. It's just got a dot in the middle. That's prosperity and healing and strength. Things like that. So, it's kind of fun messing with them that way too, I guess. But they're not real runes. I call them rune dice. Let's do this before I forget. I need brown violet. One of my favorite colors. Come on. Ooh. Boy, is that green. I didn't shake it enough. There we go. Oh, there we go. Let me double check and make sure this is what I'm after. Yeah, brown violet. Matter of fact, I'm going to write that down in this. Because I don't want to forget what this is. 887. 887. Brown violet. There. I've had these paints too long. I think my favorite Vallejo is pale sand. You know what's another good one? You reminded me. I really like yellow ochre. Where is it? That's a fun color. I got a sand one too. I don't know why I'm so fond of yellows. Gelba. I really like that ochre. That's flesh. What did you say there? Pale sand. I don't think I have that one. Great universal highlight. Yeah? I'll have to take a look at that. I could see how that would work if it's what I'm imagining. A pale yellow. Alright, let's try this. Brown violet. I'm going to have to look something up. This guy's carrying an ammo canister. We're going to paint that. Brown violet. Have you ever tried Flames of War? Such a great game. I really enjoy it. I take a lot of flack from people about that. That's not a real game. I mean, I've played it. you know what it is? People think, oh, it's not historical. It doesn't give you historical results. Bullshit. Pardon my French. I've never had any problems with that. Anyway, I get all fired up again. Gotta contain myself. Ripes. Gonna get profane. That's frustrating, though. That's why I try not to criticize people's likes, their games they like and they're committed to and they enjoy. The last thing they want is somebody coming along who, oh, I'm an old veteran at gaming, I've been around in the hobby for 40, 50 years, blah, blah, blah. That's not a real game. That's terrible. Don't play that. That's stupid. Are you kidding me? And what do you say to somebody like that, really? When they're veterans like that and they supposedly know what they're talking about. Yeah, they're full of, you know what, but still. Man, some people just have no idea how life works. I really try and make it a point not to do that. It just, I mean, they're just games, right? It's not a question of whether it's realistic or not. Because the truth is, none of this is realistic. I mean, come on. You're going to sit there and tell me that this game, whatever it is, blah, 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 is supposed to be an accurate representation of battle on any degree? It's really just trying to trick you. Make you think that. And some games are good at it. Some aren't. I have not. People just want meme armies, Soviet human waves, Wunderwaffe with lasers. And I think Flames of War is fine. I would say if wargaming is how you interface with history, you're going to be limited. There you go. There you go. La-pa-da-pa-da. But that said, you know, I play different games, and I will continue to play different World War II games. And they all give me something different experience. I just had so much fun. I have so much fun playing Flames of War. It is just so fun. Pulls me into the battle. I feel like I'm in an actual World War II battle. And yeah, it's featuring some crazy stuff. Like, oh man, there's a whole platoon of tigers. And, you know, that's fine with me. That's perfectly fine with me. You're not going to convince me, oh, this couldn't have happened. You know. Yeah, there's no reaction fire and stuff, but you don't need it. But it's World War II. You need reaction fire. Yeah, I guess if you're simulating, but I could just abstract that anyway, and that's what the game does, so it's there. It's just not visible, and that's fine with me. Some people can't take that. That's pretty brown-green. Hold on, James. Let me get this guy's little helmet. He's got a ton of camouflage on his helmet. I gotta kind of not paint that. Kind of put a little pop here and a little pop there. I'm going to highlight all this leaves and stuff and rags they got on their helmets. Just want to make sure I got the metal brown violet on there. So it still looks like a helmet. At least a little bit. Oh, I'm painting the wrong guy. Couple side-by-siders here. Oh, I paint him. Every time I flip it, I end up painting the wrong guy. The uniform on these guys reminds me of Japanese Marines. It's the color, I guess. It's some of the poses, they actually look like they're Japanese. What's going on here? One more. A couple more little dabs. That looks good. Damn. It looks great. Fantastic. It's going to be awesome. I can't wait to get him on the table. Fighting those battles like I used to fight. Little heroes. This guy's lobbing a grenade. I gotta paint his hands, but we're gonna paint the grenade first. And they got grenades all over their chest. How am I gonna paint those? I can barely tell what's a pocket and what's a grenade. I cannot see. Ugh. It's next to impossible. Leave it black! If you want granular, play a hex encounter. If you want a moving diorama, play a tabletop game. I like abstraction. I like DBA for heaven's sake. Yes, you do. Yes, you do. It's all built into the game. And that's fine. I love DBX games. Oh, I love DBX games. If there was one mechanic that I have clung to since I first heard of it, it's my favorite mechanic, bar none. And it's the outcome moves. And there really isn't many games that do this outcome moves like DBX does. Yeah, there's retreating and pursuits post-battle, but I just love it, and it creates an experience on the tabletop that you don't often see that is actually like zooming in with a microscope. Honestly, it is, because most of the rules out there don't do that. They just have these two units. They're stuck there. I can think of one set of rules that does this. There's a few that do this besides DBX. One of them is Oathmark. It's got a little bit of that in there. It's one of the reasons I like it. But it's like zooming in on the melee, and you're seeing these units push each other back and take a break and rest by not pursuing, and it's just like that. And it's a big component of the rules. It's really important part of the game, these fallbacks and pushbacks and pursuits forward and advances. It's a critical part of those rules, as it should be, because those are critical parts of an ancient battle. I think it's a beautiful mechanic, and I absolutely love it. And I know for a fact that my good friend Nick feels the same way. And it's understandable why. And in my experience, it creates a game that's unique, realistic, and I don't know, I'm really hooked on it. That mechanic, I really get turned on. I just love it. I don't know about you, James, but I'm keen on it. That would be my favorite game mechanic ever. Yep. There's some other good ones, but that one I think is the top one that I've ever encountered in my life. There's quite a few actually, now that I think about it, but that's the number one. If I see a set of rules with that, I'm gonna probably play it. The way Light Horse can turn the tables on knights tells a whole story. Yeah. Yeah, it does. It's another game where those dice are telling a story, right? There's a lot in there. There's a lot going on with that. Now that I say that, I'll mention something else while you type away. When I was getting into Napoleonics, thanks to a set of rules by Sam Mustafa called Blucher, I played the heck out of that game. I played it a lot. Great stuff. I enjoyed it. And this would be a game you would call very abstract. And there was one particular battle, which I'm not going to relate too much here because I don't remember the details, but something had happened during the battle where a hole opened up in the line. And I believe the enemy was moving through it, as you would expect, breaking through. But there was a lot happening in this one little instance in the battle. And as playing solo allows you to step back and really look at the situations that occur on the table. This was a situation that left my head scratching. I'm not sure why, but... And this is where I made a decision about the rules Blucher. Blucher was not enough for me because it did not answer the questions that I had about a Napoleonic battle. It would give me this result and leave it to my imagination or my research that I'm doing as an amateur historian, and that's about it. It leaves it up to you. That frustrated me. I wanted the rules to be more specific about why this happened, what is happening, how can I see it more clearly. I couldn't zoom in on it. And that's when I determined, you know what, I'm going to try some more tactical sets of rules. Maybe that's what I need here. Which I did, like General de Brigade or General d'Armée, which are much more capable systems for answering those questions for me. So I think that's what it really comes down to. Our rules are really attempting to answer questions we have about battles. When we take the time to look at the situations that it creates, you do start asking questions. You try to visualize what's happening and understanding why it's happening. And some rules are good at that. Some rules are too abstract for you. That's what I discovered. And I did move on. And that was really the beginning of my exploration of different rules at that point. And I guess with DBX games being abstract but really showing you what's going on, I could see a lot of people wondering what's really happening there when he does a fallback and all this other stuff. And that would just try some other rules that are a little bit more zoomed in. Oh, I guess that's the point I'm making. But yeah, that's my favorite game mechanic. Man, even the backpack is green-gray. Alright, so it's just the helmet and the grenades and hard equipment. That stuff is painted this brown violet. Right, so I could probably go through the whole collection here painting just that stuff. So let's do that. And that might take a while. These helmets are covered with camouflage. It isn't as simple as just slapping it on the helmet. There is one guy, though, that's like that. He's got nothing on his helmet. I'm going to paint him first. And I think that's why I enjoyed something like General de Brigade. And that's when I discovered I really like tactical games as opposed to the grand tactical stuff. For Napoleonics. Man. I've had people get mad at me for playing tactical games. You can't do that. Napoleonics is grand movements of huge armies, masses of soldiers on the table. Big grand moves. And it is. There's a school of Napoleonic gamers who say the opposite. It's actually all about the formation changing in time for the cavalry. You know, form and square. It's the formations and the attack columns that the French were so in love with. It's those little tactical details. So there's like two schools of thought in Napoleonics. Some people say it's one and some people say it's the other. I always thought that was interesting. I mean, it's both, really, isn't it? I think the good thing about this hobby, especially with rules, periods like Napoleonics, is that there's so many good rules that cover different levels of play. And it's highly likely you can use other rules with figures based differently. Most of the time, they're all very similar basing. Might be off a millimeter here or there. That's what I discovered. It's like, wow, I could play these rules with these figures mounted this way. So you could try them all. I don't think I have a single favorite set of rules for any period I've played. I just had like a few really my favorites that were all different experiences. Grand Tactical sounds more like a board game preposition to me. Yeah, not everybody board games though. Some people just can't do it. It's like pushing around cardboard. And it's funny to me because you'll hear board gamers say the same thing about miniatures gaming. We're playing with toy soldiers, with toys. A lot of board gamers don't see miniatures games as being realistic because of that. You can't do Napoleonics with miniatures. What about your arcs and your thises and your that's? You know, things you would do with a board game. They're like that. I've seen it. But that said, most of the people that don't do it are, I just don't want to paint miniatures. That's all it really is. Bunch of simulationists. Yeah. Oh, got him done. That was quick. Ooh, is that a canteen? What is that? Gotta look for grenades. That looks like a flashlight. I don't know what it is, but I'm gonna paint it. I know they got grenades all over their chest. Oh, you know what that is? That's a little bandolier around his neck. So that's webbing. Cripes. Little tiny dudes. Nah, I like the map and the order of battle in Hex games, but I love minis more. There's a grenade. Got Risa Taniguchi playing in the background. She's awesome. I forgot to paint his collar. Damn it. Minis to me conjure the whole close feeling of the contact line. Well, it's just visually appealing. Very visually appealing. Which is more immersive, right? I think that's the main reason anybody plays a miniature game. A lot of reasons, but I think the main one is the visual appeal. Who's going to argue that? Just looks so awesome. Which draws you in, right? I don't know. Some people just don't like painting. I think there's a lot of misconceptions though that people have. I don't know though. You know, painting miniatures and being in this hobby of miniature wargaming, we can't deny that it is a bitch. It really is, because it involves a lot of tedious work, among other things, but that's a big one. So it's a legit complaint. There's ways around it, and it doesn't apply to everybody. Some people enjoy painting, or they learn that they enjoy painting and collecting. In my case, I learned that many years after being in this hobby for a long time. Took a while. Yeah, I often just think of the table as one flashpoint that might be occurring near others. Well, that's what it is, really. It's not the whole battle. There's not many rules that can handle an entire real battle. Some come close, but even then they're usually huge. Even Blucher can handle some big freaking battles. But even then, you'd have to have a big space. I don't know though. Blucher has a nifty way of scaling its games and what you measure ranges with. A slice of the battle. I love painting, especially now that I take my time more, but cleanup and assembly is hard on damaged hands. Dented Helmet chimes in, creative people like the hobby. More creative. Yeah, board gamers are... I'm a board gamer, so I can't say too much, but I'm into the whole hobby, right? Much like you guys. What are you doing? Stop! Forgot what I was going to say. Somebody is hungry. Where's your water? Cause I'm free, free falling. 1, 2, 3. Let me see. Might paint the night. Came with the paint. Came with my paints. Perfect for Kings of War Basilians. I have as a leader. So I actually got a chance to watch Mr. Schreiber's recent videos, his battle reports specifically. And yeah, I love what he's doing. He's got a whole change of format. He met a guy who's a Pathfinder in Kings of War, Romantic Games Pathfinder. And his son, him and his son play. Met up with this guy. Now he's part of his little crew on his channel now. So Matt and his son, Eli, and the other guy and his son, and they've got a format that's very similar to what you would expect from a mainstream channel doing 40K or Warhammer or Mantic Games battle report. Really good stuff. I got pulled into it. I love it. I love seeing families playing games like this. It's great. Well, Eli there. So that was cool. I really enjoyed that. And he is a good painter. Well, he's an artist. He does canvas painting. So he knows what he's doing. But yeah, I really enjoyed that. Yep, so I told that to him. I said, I love it. You're on to something here. And he's trying so hard to like build that channel, make it into a more mainstream thing. He kind of reminds me of Max. Max is very driven in the same way. And Matt's been doing this for years, and he never could get on a set of rails that will take him to his destination. I think he's on to it now. I really like it. If he keeps doing that. Up with he's a pretty good talker too. He's got a good voice for the video. Yeah, so really good. Anyway, I can't think of his channel name. James will remember. Miniworks Matt? I think it's Miniworks Matt. And yeah, I'm going to go off on another tangent here. He just wants to do a good job, stay focused, and keep his hobby overhead low. And he is hitting all metrics nicely. Yes, he is. It's really good. He even painted that thing in the background. Yeah, he's doing it all right, man. Whether he wants to push that or not, I think he's got a nice little baseline to build his channel around. Really good. And of course, he's got Manic support, which is good too. Oh yeah, I got another helmet here. This guy's got netting over his helmet, so how do I paint this? sculpted is a little difficult. What it needs is a wash. That's exactly what it needs. So let's try that. Let's take a little of this brown violet. This would be kind of a little experiment. Oops, that's the wrong color. A little bit of brown violet. Then I'll take a little bit of this thinner. Where is it? James sent this along a long time ago, and I'm just starting to use them now. This stuff, airbrush thinner. We'll pop a little dab on there. Boom. We'll mix it up. Ah, look at that. Now I got too much paint. And let's put that over this netted helmet. And it should work. So to leave the black netting, which I'm going to probably dry brush lightly. So I could pick out the netting. Yeah, that's not bad. I'm glad you sent this along, man. That's fantastic. Let me see if I need it again. Hell, I could put it on the other helmets too for the... That's a little too much, but that'll work. We'll give it the old sponge-a-rooney, I think. Just went crazy there. Just dabbed it right on. Flood. Let's see how that works for us. Yeah, I think that's going to work. Let me try it again. This will speed things along. So these helmets, they have a lot of leaves and rags and whatever they wanted to tuck under the netting of their helmets. There's a lot going on there. So what I'm doing is I'm using a thinned brown violet, which is the helmet color, over top of the whole frickin' thing. So like a speed paint, it's going to settle in those recesses where the helmet actually is and be green. And leave the top parts kind of black, you know, if I don't flood it too much. And I'll pick that out with a little dry brush. I mean, even if I flood it and it turns some of the camouflage this color, it's okay because, again, it'll pick it out. There's enough black in there remaining to break everything up. I think this will be fine. This will be an experiment for me, actually. I usually don't mess with fancy things like this. Fanciness. But this seems like a good idea. I think. You can kind of see the helmets. They're a little different color. Whatever, you can't see that. Helmets and grenades. Hi, squirrel. I waited for you. Waited for it. I told you I'd be here, man. I did it. Huzzah! Enjoy it. Let me scroll up here. Got a couple of false starts, but I think it's, yeah, it's your hobby. Yep, exactly. We got my favorite metallic yesterday. Nice, Army Painter. Tainted Gold. Dun, 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 dun. Tainted Gold. Perfect High Elf Chaos Dwarf Armor. I actually been adding thinner to my AP washes. They settle better. Chams. Now, I'm going to have to take another dab that isn't thinned for painting grenades. So I might put another dab on here, not much. Just for the grenades. Ammo containers. Flashlights. Hoita. All right, that's okay. That'll work. Wow. Let's use our wash again. Get some of these helmets. How is everything, Squirrel? Everything okay? I asked the Oracle if there'd be any hang-ups about you showing up tonight. We're about to see if it's going to hold true. We're going to see. We're going to see what's going on. Test the old Oracle. That's what we're going to do. Grenades? Grenades? They got mortars in their hands. These are crewing the mortar. They're going to be brown violet too. So let's paint that a little brown violet. Is that a mortar? Grenades, flashlights. Fire mage called Flastburnus. All is well here, he says. Good, good, good. Very good. So it looks like my campaign for next year, my RPG campaign, is going to feature some Harn Master mechanics. I won't say no more, but yeah, there's actually some Harn Master mechanics here. That's pretty cool. I'd never played Harn Master. yeah, as you guys know, I've been working on my campaign for next year, my main one. I've been trying different rules, playing around, making characters, thinking what I want to do. And I've gone through a whole bunch, but this one has to be good because it has to be something for people online. So I'm going to play it online. I mean, come on. So I'm liking this one. This is a big deal, so all I'll say is that, yeah, it's got some aspects of Harnmaster, particularly with combat. And yes, it's a D100 system. Levelless, classless, and all that. But I won't be doing that till next year. So you guys might see some one-shots or smaller. I don't know what I'm going to do. I might run 2 campaigns. Might see some. You might see some Hyperborea, which I'm going to do at one point or another. I might start it early. And possibly some Argosa. We'll see. Maybe some Traveler. Because I've got some time. But no, it's not Harnmaster. It's not BRP. It's not RuneQuest. It's not Mithras. It's not Fate. It's not Cypher. It's not Savage Worlds. I might play some Savage Worlds, though. It's not Dragonbane. I might play some Dragonbane, though. I love Dragonbane. What a fun game. That's like Tales of Argosa. It's a good BEX adventure type game. It's good for adventures and shit. Pardon my French. Which is something I don't do a lot of. Oh, I loved playing Dragonbane. But my players at the time really didn't care for it. Jesse was okay with it. Kyle hated it. Oh, you don't advance enough. You don't advance quick. He's all about the character and progression and superhero gaming. I get it. That's fine. And that's not Dragonbane. Just odd, because at first he really enjoyed it. Especially the role play. Huh? Oh well. Not enough rules. Progression's too slow. No levels, no classes. It's too realistic. I guess is the argument. Can't have a realistic fantasy game. Come on. What's the matter with you? As the reader of YouTube needs, go to myself. We share a love of the hobby. I was actually a fire mage, saw that. My elf is called Helrond. That's a good one, actually. Helrond Ubbard. That's a really good one. Me getting into Harn is all Squirrel's fault. Ah, pulled in, are you, Dented? Pulled in. Of course you are. Even Harnmaster rules are quite modular. Yes, they are. Modular goodness. Waiting for Squirrel's take on Baron's War. Yeah, I've been waiting for that too. He'll get to it. You're welcome, says Squirrel. Tinted Helmet. Apparently Australia sent a contingent to the Boxer Rebellion. Pretty sure it was 1900-ish. we would just be wearing sedan type uniforms. Warhammer 5th edition sealed and 40k sealed on eBay right now. Tempting. How much? Just throw something out there. How much are they going for? Australia numbers. Oh, in Australia it must be huge. So many OSR rule sets. What would my advice be about finding finding a sealed, boxed 5th edition Warhammer and 40k, whatever edition, probably second, sealed? I would say buy it if the price is right. I'd be willing to push the price on that. Those are really hard to get. And I would open them. I would use that stuff, man. Which kind of reduces the value, of course, but I don't know, man. Would be about $500 or $600 US. Wow. I paid $300 for an ASL module, which was 3 times the price for it. And it was only temporarily out of stock. That's what drove the price up. Can you imagine? Oh, it's temporarily out of stock. That drove the price up 3 times its normal value. I'm not sure it was eBay or Amazon, but I paid 3 times. 40k second goes for like $1,500. That's crazy. Nah, I want to relive my childhood. 600 Australian. Wow. I'm fortunate to have what I have. Seriously. I would do it if I had the cash just lying around. But it would be a once-in-a-lifetime thing. Yeah, and it's just going to get rarer and rarer and more expensive as time goes on. I sold my modular synth for 4K. Oh, you did? You sold it? You sold it? Well, petitioning you to do a White Dwarf episode. Me? Show off the White Dwarfs? I probably should. That would be pretty awesome, actually. Just a flip through of every page. Little brief reading here and there. Because I got 'em. I got 'em. Oh, did I do these? Let me look real quick. It seems I did. Oh, I was doing the machine gun. Gonna leave the machine guns black. I'm not gonna paint them equipment color brown, green. Gonna leave them black. Ammo canisters will be properly painted though. What about the tripod? Should I leave that black too? I don't know, let's look at some pictures. I don't like painting everything this green. I'll probably end up painting it green. The ones on the tanks, though, I usually leave black. That I know. I just want them to stand out because the tank is actually the same color. Brown-violet. So I want the machine guns to stand out. Upload rather than live, like your unboxings. I could do that. Those magazines were so inspiring. Yeah, I've thought about it. But after flipping through the PDFs, it's like, yeah, they really are. There's something special about flipping through that. It does bring back a lot of memories. So I more than before, I could see its value. Worthwhile to do. Those old magazines, and I got a lot of different magazines. I got old copies of miniature war games. Remember mini wargaming? I don't know if I think I got some War Games Illustrated. These are going back, man. 90s. I got a lot of magazines. So what are you thinking of doing, James? Are you getting back? Are you getting into the old edition here? Because I think you've been talking like that. 40K second and fourth edition Warhammer. Are you thinking about getting into that? Is that what's going on? Just so I'm following on the same page. If you were to do that, that would really motivate me. I don't know why. I don't know if you are. But that would be cool. Alright, these two guys are done. Set them aside. Get out of here. Get out of here. Let me do two more. I'm sorry, but current GW doesn't do much for me at all. I'm the same way. I mentioned that a couple times. I mean, it's fun. It's okay. It's nice to keep up on things just because Jake likes it and stuff, and Jesse, but the real stuff, the stuff that is real grimdark, and the reason why I like Space Marines and 40K and Warhammer is because of that old stuff and reminiscing, right? It's like a whole separate hobby, honestly, and I guess it is. I'm very tempted to play those very games. You should. You should, man. It's magic, and as you get older, you will appreciate it even more. I can tell you that. 40K isn't a huge model overhead either. It's really a platoon game. And you can buy stuff that ain't GW. I don't know if you're into that, but you could buy 3D printed stuff on Etsy. People make all kinds of cool stuff that fit perfect, especially for Warhammer Fantasy. Much cheaper. Unless you're hardcore nostalgia. Only the originals. Yeah, fewer miniatures in second edition. Can have a good time playing small battles, man. Don't even need vehicles, really. Happy to kit bash. Old school rules. My brother is enthused by older editions is a factor as well. Well, there you go. Like I said, as you get older, you're going to be more appreciative of what you're doing if you did do it. I think there's a great investment by getting into the older games. It is a thing. There are huge communities of people like-minded. That's one of the reasons I'm buying into it myself. You're not alone. Right, Squirrel? Squirrel knows all about the old school. Yeah, well, you don't have to buy. You could just collect piecemeal. You don't have to worry about that. There's always going to be somebody selling a complete box. You still got time for that if it ever lucks out. You never know. I would look at getting stuff piecemeal if you can. If you want the originals, you could just invest in printing your stuff. PDFs are easy to come by. Proper PDFs, not scans. Yeah, that might be hard to come by, actually. Cadians. And was so put off. Yeah, I could see why. War Games. Yeah, there you go. War Games Atlantic. That's old school stuff. What do you want, Walter? Walter likes to be eating. He likes to eat in bed. He's a bed eater. Well, it's a lifetime hobby. I think you got plenty of time. Enjoy the process, right? I saw WGA, War Games Atlantic, Valkyrie, Kit Bashed, a Sisters. Did really? Valkyrie, I'm gonna go take a look at them. These aren't 3D prints, right? The Valkyrie? Let me just put it in. War Games Atlantic. Would you like to play a game? Battles! Anyway, it's just a notion. You can still buy tactical squads and rhinos cheap. Hold on, I'm looking at War Games Atlantic now. Let's see, where would they be? I'm going to have to ask you for that. Where are the Valkyries? Are they in that, This is Iron Core. That's different. Deathfields? Google image Valkyr. Is it Valkyr? Valkyr Sisters of Battle. Okay. Valkyr Sisters of Battle. Iron Core. Valkyr Sisters of Battle. Let me do that. Valkyr Sisters of Battle. Let me look at images. Iron Core is the Valkyr, is it? Well, let me go back there and look again. Iron Core. I don't know these things. I'm a big numbhead. Oh, that's Iron Core. Valkyrie-themed sisters. Dreamforge Valkyr with GW parts. War Games Atlantic. So, is War Games Atlantic going to produce the Valkyr for their range? Is that what's happening here? Because it says the Valkyr are coming to War Games Atlantic. The Valkyr are coming. Dreamforge Games. Valkyr Heavy Troopers. Oh, I could see how they're doing it. Range Iron Core. Product Valkyr. You plus somebody go through the starting and sculpting, initial sculpting, blah 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 blah. It's just pictures, there's nothing to read. A new plastic set will go through a number of steps starting with the sculpting brief, initial sculpting, additional sculpting, part check, file prep, layout, and tooling before receiving the first T1 test shot. Sometimes a T2 is needed to refine the mold, but typically when the T1 is resolved, the mold is ready to run. Production includes injecting the plastic frames, printing boxes, packing boxes. Below you can see some of the sets we are working on for future release. Core Game, Secret Set, and Valkyr. So what do the Valkyr proxy as if you were to use them in 40K or game stuff? No response. This was 3 years ago. Let me go back to the other. So these models right here. Huh, that's interesting. They're converting these to Sisters of Battle. I could see how they do it. Yeah, that's kind of cool. Alright, I'll look at that link there in a second. So many OSR rule sets out, so many out there. I'll stick to the originals. I'm with you, Dennett Helmet. I feel the same way. I mean, I got into the one-page rules thing for a little bit, but I'm starting to think, you know, this will never replace 40K second, third, fourth, fifth. Just, you know, why not just play that? All is well here. Oh, it's Hardmaster rules. All right, let me get back to this. I like them. I like War Games Atlantic sci-fi stuff. Not all of it's grimdark. Hardly any of it is grimdark, really, but oh, it's really good stuff. No, I need the wash for this, damn it. This guy's okay. I'd probably still play Grimdark, but I don't know, I'm just like, I keep visualizing 40k and besides, it's all one big happy hobby. You can always play it. It's not like Endor and that's it. Multi-purpose figgies. Like, you know, it'd be cool to me. 5 parsecs from home is a great sci-fi solo co-op game, right? But it's not Grimdark. So how hard would it be to convert it to Grimdark in the same way that one-page rules did, for instance? Where you've got these power swords and, you know, these archaic type weapons and technologies, even set in the 40k universe, which wouldn't be necessary, but as long as it was grimdark. And I've thought about that, because then I'd be able to use my sisters of battle. I mean, for me, they really don't fit that game. I mean, they could, you know, for like a sisterhood of the Emperor or something, with psyker abilities or so on. I guess they could. But I'd want the whole damn thing to be grimdark. None of these traveler-inspired heroes and stuff. Necromunda styled groups, factions, right? That would work out pretty good. I'd like that. That I would like to do, because then I could use my figures for those kind of games. Without breaking the immersion. Oh, that's a sister of battle. She don't belong here. That's 40k. That's for the Emperor. They're not warriors of the monk class, you know. They're different, you know, just like the equipment lists and the weapon lists, you'd have to change around a little bit to reflect the archaic technology of the grimdark. Not these bright and shiny electronic devices. I mean, some of them could be just converted and it's an aesthetic thing, but not all of them. Not all of them, particularly with weapons. The rarity of certain weapon types would be another issue. You don't want all this stuff so available. Like, where do bolt guns fit in? Sluggers or something? Where do you fit them into the non-grimdark sci-fi of 5 parsecs? You know, because it is different. And it's trying to give you a visual of something and a feel for something that is not grimdark. So you'd have to tinker with it a little bit and make it grimdark. And that would make all your 40k miniatures and grimdark sci-fi miniatures totally usable in that game. And it feels grimdark. Not this heroic nonsense, or whatever you would call it. That would be interesting. I've thought about doing that, because that would be cool. That's what I love to paint. That's what I love to collect and fight battles in. In my mind, that is science fiction. And I want it to feel like a grim frickin' dark game. Again, it wouldn't have to be 40k specific, but just, you know, like one-page rules did. They created this, well, It's grimdark themed. It's not very grimdark these days, but that's the idea. The squats too. They have some Tolkien style orcs. They do. I saw them. They're beautiful. When OPR has warp grenades, wake me up. Yeah. But all games are minis agnostic. I dipped my copy in Shrieking Grime. Streaking Grime. I do like 5 parsecs. I think the categories are pretty broad. Could be. I'd have to really look at it. I haven't really looked at the rules only but once, and I wasn't thinking grimdark. It might be easier than you think. Because it doesn't have to be totally like, 40k. Just, the feel for grimdark. And it would feel appropriate for the type of grimy type characters you bring into your games and their technology and the dangers of the warp. Oh, you'd have to have that in there or something similar to that. But how hard can that really be? Maybe that's a project I might do. And that would be worth it to me. Because I don't think there's any game out there like 5 parsecs for sci-fi. I don't think there's anything like it. Can you think of anything? If there is, I would still say 5 parsecs is set the bar. That's the one to go to. I gotta do these tomorrow. I got about half of all that done. I got 3 more strips. What time is it? 3.5 hours. I got 3 more strips and 1 loose guy. Or I'll sit here another 3 hours and finish them. 5 parsecs strikes me as you bring the setting. Void Pirates and Stargrave are good. Space Weirdos, I was thinking of that myself. It's funny that you mentioned that. And I know nothing. I don't know much about Space Weirdos. I looked at it once. My friend recommended it. God, I can't think of his name. The gentleman, the fine Irishman from Tabletop. On Tabletop. I can't think of his name. Oh, what is his name? The guy with the beard. I love him. He's great. I can't think of his name. Perhaps. I think he's the one that turned me on to space. I think. I'm not sure. Somebody did. Maybe it was you, James. Somebody told me about Space Weirdos. Oh, you know who it was? No, it wasn't who I was thinking. It was the guy from Arizona. Was telling all the dad jokes all the time. Was painting Austrians in 28 millimeter. Bill Bashong. He's the one that told me about Space Weirdos. And I looked it up once, read through it. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. I didn't really read enough. It's another one of those games. Ree and I are going to do... Are you really? Oh. It's really what I'm doing with my sci-fi at the moment. Jerry. That's his name. Jerry. Jerry. With a G. Now, I can't do this. I got to take care of Cooper and stuff. Jake comes tomorrow. Damn it. I'd have to sit here another 3 hours to get him completely done. I'm just not going to do it. I can't. I can't do it, man. I can't. Besides, we want to have Jake in the chat tomorrow. Hopefully. I could paint these tomorrow. I gotta find something for him to paint. Man, it was like pulling teeth last time. I couldn't get him in the mood to paint. He ended up painting his character for our role-playing games. He's working on a Reaper miniature rogue. Yeah, he likes rogues. And yeah, he did a good job. He got a little too much flesh on the hood. But it looks, from what I see from a distance, it looks really good. So he's going to work on that. He must think he's done. He's nowhere near done. Yeah, but he'll be here tomorrow. He's going to spend the whole weekend here. So 2 nights he's going to be here. Friday night, Saturday night. Go home Sunday. Well, I'm kind of pushing it. I want to do these pairs. I'm thinking, oh, geez, I could do these tonight. I could get them completely done and based tonight. But am I really going to play games this weekend? Probably not. So why am I rushing? I'd rather have him on here painting. Maybe get them done over the weekend. It's great. I'm excited about this. I actually get to play Flames of War again. Can you imagine? It's going to be awesome. I haven't done this in so long. Flames of War is what got me doing battle reports. Get him some paint markers. Yeah. Yeah, I know I would mess up. I've been sitting here for 3.5 hours. If I sat here for another 3.5 hours, nope, it would be garbage. Garbage. Be garbage. It's alright. I'm rushing it for some reason. What an awesome game! Oh, I love indie games. Void Admiral. This is a game I've yet to actually play. I played it once by myself, and it was actually pretty fun. A little difficult by yourself. There's a lot to keep track of. A lot of tactics and stuff going on. What do I do here? What a great game. This is something I recommend. This Void Admiral and its supplement, Renegade Warfleets, awesome. This is grimdark. It's molded on the old Battlefleet Gothic game. It does a really good job, man. Gotta play this. I'm actually kind of in the mood. And Giant Robots, that's another game. I'm going to get that Flames of Orion. And the one by Modifius. A more serious game, which is called Hard War. Yeah, I think those two games, the way I'm leaning with robots. Jake is excited about the giant robot idea, so that's another game I want to introduce him to. I'm just going to have him trying out all these different kinds of games, seeing what he focuses, and let him experience and see where his head is setting in all this. So far, he's liking everything. Yep, slow down and enjoy it. Enjoy it. Find your pace. Don't stress yourself, man. Right? Paint markers are good. Posca, Gundam, AK, very handy. Not sure speed paint needed markers. So sure speed paint needed markers. Not so sure speed paint needed markers. I'll give you a Kamish for a trio of fleets. A Kamish. Hard War. Yeah, Hard War looks pretty good. Pretty all-inclusive. It's got everything covered. You know what I really like? Cav. Because it's old school. And it's got a big community. They're supposed to do a Kickstarter for some kind of models, but they're also including a reprint of the rule book. From what I understand, because I asked them, you can get the full rule book, the current full rule book that everybody's playing for free on their website. It's a PDF, and I did grab it. It's not called the core rule book, though. It's like an intro thing, but it's not. It's the entire game. And I think Reaper Miniatures has it. And the actual models is the actual publisher of the game. I don't know why that is. Why Reaper is selling the rule book and the publishing company, the publisher, is selling the miniatures. But Cav is another good game, man. I like how mechs get worn down as they take damage. Just all their capabilities are affected as they take damage. That's very cool. Very slick. But that's another one. There's Cav, there's Hard War, and then there's this Orion game, which I think are 3 different styles of play that I'm looking into. I think would be fun. Oh. How much you charge for printed and painted Eldar Tyranid Imperial Battlefleet Gothic matchup? Is that a question for me? How much do I charge for printed and painted Eldar Tyranid Imperial BFE Battlefleet Gothic matchups? I don't know. I'd have to find the proper ships. I know there's one guy. He does equivalent fleets for Battlefleet Gothic. Is it him or is it One Page Rules? I think they both do. Now, you know what? It's One Page Rules that probably has the best ships I've seen so far that look like Battlefleet Gothic. I think that's them. I know they do them. But I think there's others that do. I haven't really looked beyond him. Once you find those, yeah, you're good to go. You can get a lot 3D printed, I know that. One of those tubs goes a long freaking way, man. It's only like $20 for that tub that Fred sent me. It's only $20. I got a better version of that stuff too. And it's still like $20. That's not bad. That's cheap. I bought some. But the resin is not expensive. Top tier. And yeah, it just comes down to the STLs, and painting is relatively easy. I can't get into Battletech for some reason. The latest mechs and the more mixed arms look better though. Yeah, it is. I can't be bothered printing right now. Well, you don't have a printer, do you? I could work something out, James. I could when I get printing again this next batch or whenever. We could work something out. Just if we could figure out how to ship you some goods, man, you'd be all frickin' set. I wouldn't charge you much. Just for the resin. You buy the resin and I'll do the rest. And then the shipping. The shipping is the killer. That'll be $300 for $50 of miniatures. Cripes. What's up with that? What's going on there? How shameful is that? That's got to be terrible on you guys. It's mainly because it's international, right? That's why the prices are so high. If that was a local company, it would definitely be a hell of a lot cheaper to have it shipped from the north down to where you are, right? It's the shipping. You don't pay taxes that high on stuff, do you? It's just the shipping. Gotta clear my pile before committing to an old Hammer stuff yet. I think you should. I think it, since you've been there, you know what it's about. You do have nostalgia. It's only going to grow with you as time goes on. Trust me. At least that's what I feel, because that's what I go through. Gonna clear the pile. I'll keep you in resin and postage plus a sweetener for labor. Oh, a sweetener. Depends on who you use. It is getting better. UK is getting worse. UK used to be so cheap here. I could print you a ton of shit. I know I could. Especially the ships. There's some really good ship models you can get on some of these sites. I had to rescale mine to fit my aesthetic. You know, you've seen them. They're over there. But they usually sell them in fleet packs. You spend like $20-$30 and you get this huge assortment of 1 or 2 fleets. There's some that are complete games that give you planets and tokens and ships. You look through them and try and find something that has that grim dark look and feel. The only ones that I remember, and I'd have to search for, if I was going to do Battlefleet Gothic, that aesthetic is important. I'd have to do some more research. I know there's some people that do specific ships and models that look exactly, if they're not exact, to the original models. But you have to look for them. But I know One Page Rules makes for their fleet game the closest I've seen so far. I mean, they've got the Orcs, they've got the Imperium and Chaos, I think. They don't cover them all, though. I haven't seen them. And the best way to get their stuff is to join them for a month and just grab a ton of stuff, get all their free intro packages, welcome packages, and just start buying at that. I think it's like 50% off or something, everything. And then just buy everything that you need. Those STLs. And then you're good. For a minimum fee. And then, yeah, then you just print the bitches out. Pardon the French. Print them out. Many as you want. Maybe resize something. And there you go. That's what I've seen so far, the One Page Rules. But I don't know. You have to look at their stuff. Let's not worry about that. Yes. Make a mental note. Boom. It's in there. For now, I have sci-fi, cruise, fantasy, warbands, Kings of War, pulp, 19th century, and Dark Age stuff to work on. All in 28mm. Man, the triremes they have. Holy smokeronies. Triremes. Well, Romulus and Remus, everybody stand back. SS Romulus. I've actually been thinking about that Space Marine idea. Because every faction you could want, you can 3D print to epic scale. No matter what the actual models even look like, they're going to be close enough at that scale, no matter what you choose. Sisters of Battle, everything. Oh my gosh, what a cool thing that would be. The Titans would be the only thing you'd have to really look hard for. But I've thought about that. Doing epic again would be an interesting project. Because I played the heck out of that. That was a big deal for me, that game. First and second edition, and third. I played the third one, which was Epic 40K. I played them all. I got all the rules, duplicates of the rules. I'm good with that, man. That would be something I could do one day. I've thought about that. 3D printing, baby. Man of War. Yeah. Come possible with 40K second, third, fourth, fifth, fourth, fifth. Where is it at? I need to get into printing, just because taking cleaning and assembly out of the process enhance and need to. Yeah, there's definitely not as much cleaning, especially with the resin. You still gotta clean off the little bubbles it leaves with the supports. Sometimes that's on there, but that's it. That's nothing. Little filing, very minor. I've had some 3D printed models from Chris, and his were flawless. Those were the first ever 3D models I ever handled in my life, and I was blown away. Granted, I think he cleaned them up before he sent them to me, but they were so flawless. He sent me 2 complete armies in 10mm for the Carthaginians and the Romans. 3D printed, and they're beautiful. He sent me a ton of World War II stuff, some of which I gave to Ian, and he was blown away. I still have a whole army of 3D printed British for Flames of War. Oh man, such great stuff. No cleanup on those at all. The only problem with them, they have no bases. They're just freestanding, which is, I don't know, a little bit iffy in 15mm for Flames of War. I could see them popping off. You mean play 40K with epic miniatures? People do that. That's too small for me. I can't handle that. But people do it. War Games Atlantic STLs are pretty nice too. Not sure about all of them, but great gaps filled for some of the periods they do. That's true. So many options. So many options. I think War Games Atlantic's doing something new as well. I just heard about a couple days ago. I can't recall what it was, but there was something pretty exciting. I don't remember what it was. I personally would love to see some more Sisters of Battle themed miniatures. That would be great. Oh my gosh, I could go on and on all night about the models I've found for STLs to represent Sisters of Battle. Forget it. It's insane, the top tier quality of some of these models. A lot of these models. Perfect for Sisters of Battle. Better. And I love GW's Sisters of Battle. So much. It's ridiculous. I gotta get back to my sisters. And then shrinking them down to epic scale? Are you kidding? Oh. I wish I was about 20 years old right now. I'd be doing all that stuff right now as we speak. I'd be doing so many different things. I just can't do it. I can't do it. I'm lucky I get out of bed anymore. Take note of the good prints you find for Old Hammer. Oh, I am. I got a whole bookmark list specifically for fantasy. Well, Old Hammer. I will start buying the STLs instead of minis to motivate myself. The WGA Carlingians are a nice STL. I can't read. They're doing 28mm orcs next. Yeah, I remember that in plastic. They're halfling cavalry. I don't know. I thought they were doing something. I think it was sci-fi oriented. It wasn't what you just showed me. Quiet, squirrel, quiet. Did you have your dinner yet? How likely is it that Squirrel Hermit enjoyed his meal tonight? Don't say anything, Squirrel. I'm going to say it's likely, so we're going to use that rule that takes out a no. All right? I'm going to say it's likely. Does Squirrel have a wonderful meal tonight with a full belly, or is he left wanting? Let's see what the oracle says. Well, ooh, look at all the blanks. Look at the blankage. These are blanks. There's nothing there. Yeah, the sisters say nothing. Fortune says nothing. And the hammer of the gods says no. So you're not left wanting. Nothing crazy, nothing unusual. Just a pretty much, normal evening with a good dinner. So there you go. You're not left wanting. So it was true in every way. Wow, everything came up blank. I don't think I've seen that yet. What are the chances that Squirrel gets into 40K after tonight's long discussion? I'm going to leave that open. I have no idea. We're going to see if Squirrel is getting the temptation to play 40K or even Warhammer. What is this nonsense? Let's see what the oracle says. Look at that. 2 more blanks. We got a double yes from one of the twins and the hammer of the gods. So, yeah, a double yes. The most you can get is 3 yeses. The least you can get is 1. So you got 2. That's a pretty potent yes. All right, Squirrel. Come on, man. You know you want to. It's there. I knew you were hiding it. All these years growing up and hearing about Warhammer and 40K nonsense. Come on. You've been avoiding it all this time. You've been breaking out in the sweats every time we start discussing it. It's like, oh, man, what is that? It's so interesting. It's going to happen, Squirrel. It's going to happen. Congratulations, my friend. Welcome aboard. If I did any armies for 5th, I'd do Wood Elves. Do the Wood Elves. They're freaking awesome. I did them in 5th edition. I collected 5th edition Wood Elves. Never played a battle with them, but I collected almost every damn one of them. I had the Dryads, I had Durthu. I had the what do they call, the shadow guys that creep around like rangers. I had them. I had the spearmen, of course, and the bowmen. I had the Wood Elf Dragon Rider. I still have that model. My niece painted it, minus the rider. That's when I fell in love with Wood Elves, man. 5th edition. Picking homesteading. I'm going to check that out, Squirrel. I made 1 pot de pasta last night with a red onion, eggplant, green pepper, spinach, tomatoes, and green olives. I had potatoes. I'm starting to get bored of potatoes. Served with garlic, bread, and followed with a jelly beans, and ice cream. Slow ride. Okay, let's go check this out. So Sarah Frazetta, baby. She's the one behind Frazetta Girls. She's fantastic. What am I doing? Oh. Oh, there's the pot pie from the other day. Let me look at that again. Oh my God. Oh, that came out perfect. Now look at all the mushrooms. Three bean chili, cornbread muffins, and cottage cheese. Oh, I don't care much for cottage cheese. Can't like everything. But the cornbread muffins stand back. I just want to look at the cornbread muffins. Look at those beautiful little cornbreads. Let's scrape that that cheese. Get that off there. I don't like that. All right, there it is. Ah. 3 bean too. I bet that was good. Except for the cottage cheese. Scrape that off. That's terrible. Tells that Iraq to write that down. No cottage cheese. Make a note. Glade Riders. There they are, the Glade Riders. I remember that. And there was a Glade Guard, right? Am I remembering correctly? I think I still have the army book. I think. Or did I sell it like a lot of things? I have a lot of them. I had all of them. But I did sell quite a few. I don't know. I'd have to look. My other room on my bookshelf. And a mage and a warhawk. Didn't have that one. That one I didn't have. The war dancers I had. Of course. Gotta have the war dancers. I have been doing so many miles. So many miles. Miles? As a Norman Knight. But the more I exercise, the more I want to eat. So yeah, welcome aboard, Squirrel. Squirrel's going to be joining us. He's going to be doing some old school Warhammer. Can't wait. I'm going to play so many games. Buckets of dice, baby. Stand back. Whoosh. I gotta take care of Cooper. Alright, you guys, I'm gonna call this so I could do my thing. And we did 4 hours. I'm gonna be back tomorrow. Probably with Jake. If he's here, he's gonna be in here. We're gonna do some painting, so around the same time. So look forward to that. Squirrel, thanks man for dropping in once again. I appreciate it as always. And James, of course, my friend. Keep yourself motivated. Keep yourself paced with your painting progress. Denon Helmet, Paul, March Hare, I know you're out there somewhere, probably lurking in the shadows as usual. A dagger ready to strike. I appreciate it. One more roll. What's the question? Am I going to have a good meal tonight? I mean, is it going to be on par with that chili and cornbread? Minus the cottage cheese. Let's see. Oh, look at that result. I got a blank. But look at this. I got a yes from the hammer. And I got another yes from the twins. So I got a double yes. Plus, look at this. Fortune is on my side. It's sunny. It's going to be a glorious, glorious meal and big tonight, baby. Yikes, I'm going to have to think about that. It's going to be a good meal. It's going to be a good meal. There you go. No negatives whatsoever. Fair bit of weight, that's good. That's good. I have as well. I kind of been controlling myself all summer once again. I had to. Damn it, you took away what you wrote. Wait a minute, I still see it. You didn't take it away. I see it over here. James says potato slices and bake in a tray with cream and onions and top with cheese. That's what I do. Usually don't put the cheese on it. I could. But that's what I do. Potato slices. Yeah, that's what I've been eating. Little slices. So many ways you can prepare potatoes. So that's what I've been doing. I love potatoes. Been eating a lot of tomatoes, greens, more bread than I should. I'm still low on that end, but I try not to eat bread. It's fresh bread, usually Italian or French or sour. I think I just bought some sour bread. So it's from the baker, but it's still not homemade. But that'll be changing soon. Picking homesteading. Let's take a look at that before we go anywhere. You 40K goof. Or did you post that already? You did. No, you didn't. Let me double check. Yeah, we already saw that. I don't know why that happens. I don't know why. Alright, James, you take care. And yeah, let's call it. Folks, I'm going to see you again tomorrow. I hope you had a good time, good evening, got some stuff done. Maybe. It would be good if you did. I hope you did. If not, we got tomorrow. Get the brush ready. I'm looking at you, Corey Runyon. I'm looking at you, Corey Runyon. Staring at those two figures and not painting them. Kind of displeased. You look fairly healthy. Fairly healthy indeed. Maybe. I don't know. It's been a rough summer, to be honest with you. A lot of work, though. A lot of outdoors exercise and stuff, so that's good. I feel good in that respect. Lost some weight. Doing a lot of sweating. So that's always... I've been working out, too. That's right. I've been working out. Haven't for the past 3 days. But, yeah, I've been doing some working out in the house in here, which is good. Yeah, and eating better. Bits of us are falling off all the time. It seems that way. It's terrible. Ugh. Picking homesteading. I saw that. All right, folks. I'm going to see you guys tomorrow. So, as always, hang in there. And you know why? It's only going to get better. And we'll talk to you soon. So take care, you guys.